I have to do vertical. I have to pull in all the doom scrollers that I can get because apparently that's where all of my views are coming from is from the doom scrollers. So it is worth my time to get that figured out. Okay, cool. Uh-oh. Oh no. Did I screw something up again? Stream finished. Oh, okay, we're good. It's just failing to load quickly, I think. All right. We're here. Chat, how's it going? Everyone having a good Friday? We're back to my chemical addiction here. What is this? Day 12 or 13 of asking for a monster sponsorship. I don't think it's going to come anytime soon. My understanding is I need thousands of concurrent views. So, probably never. But it doesn't hurt to ask. I am very close to getting my stand up desk for my office, the new one. It's going to be a bigger desk. So I'll be able to support more stuff, including a drawing tablet. So I'll be able to kind of sketch out all the software stuff, all of our conversations we have on stream. So that'll be kind of nice. Let me make sure I'm not doxing myself here. Nope, I'll dox myself. But yeah, it's supposed to arrive here maybe within the next hour. So I might have to take a pause to go get that pulled in. So look forward to that. Hopefully I can get it stood up Saturday, and then maybe I'll stream with it Sunday. We'll see how all that sets up. But yeah, I have a plan today. We have spent two and a half ish streams learning Odin, working on getting Wordle stood up, and through struggles, I and some help from some of you guys, I have made some decent progress. And now I think this should be the last stream to make it happen, make it all come together. It's Friday. I don't have anywhere to be tomorrow, so my goal is to finish out this project with Wordle. And if I do it quick enough, then maybe I'll also explore how I would have done it using C++, which is what I excuse me, which is what I am most comfortable with and when it comes to software development. So I think without further ado, let's do this. The is that easy for you guys to read at all? Let me zoom in a little. I'll have to zoom back out. So this is where we left off Wednesday. We can keep track of in code. We can keep track of the active row for keyboard input. We fill the active row with keys. We ignore additional keyboard input after the row has been filled. Entering, we'll do a simple submission check right now. We have a lot more work we need to put into that. The rows failing, this I think is a lie. The rows failing when partially filled, we need to actually render a not enough letters message. So if we looked at how Wordle actually works, if I do like 3 letters here and hit enter, we get not enough letters. Oh, we also get some animation. Animation's a little harder. I don't know if I want to do animation. That's like that's going to be interpolating and like yeah, interpolating like key value pairs in order to do this type of rendering, I think. I guess if we have time, maybe we can look into that. I don't know if we're gonna have time. That's not part of my goal. I just want to get the base functionality of Wordle up and running. But yeah, we need the not enough letters. We also need not in word list. So we need a way to print out that white text box to give you that error. And I'm guessing if we do a word and then do this, does it print it? Okay, so it always prints it top center, which means we need like a I guess just a simple message box, and if message, render it. If not, don't. I think that's simple enough. And maybe that's a good one to start with. Let's update with add message box to render submission attempts, I think. And if that's the case, this isn't done. Row fails when filled with invalid word. So we do get this. But we don't handle the colors, but that's okay. That is what this is. So this is the rest of what we need to get done. I want to be able to fill in the squares with the different colored state based on if a letter exists in the guessed word or not, if it's in the exact location, if it needs to go into a different location, that kind of thing. And then that's it. Maybe we want to load a Wordle database. Maybe. I don't know if I want to go that involved. Let's do like a nice to haves. Row shake animations on failure. Load Wordle dictionary database. We want a I think for word guessing, I'm just doing a simple O of N compare against the entire database. Actually, that'll be kind of fun to see like performance degradation of like the larger the database gets, the more time is spent looping over, parsing, and then like comparing words. We're only doing 5-character words, so it's not that hateful. Uh, and then if we get to it, load word data. We want uh, a word data structure for constant time comparison, database comparison. So this would be like, since we're doing 5 words, this would be, or 5 words. We're doing like 5-letter words. This would be something like key value points to, it's not even key value, is it? Is it just key? It's just key 1 points to key 2 points to key 3 points to key 4 key 5, like that, something like that. So we want some kind of data structure where we store everything as like a tree, and each node might store multiple key nodes, and then at traversing the tree would result in an actual word. So we would build this tree up as we're loading our Wordle database or dictionary. And then when we perform lookups, it's constant time because we're only ever, like, worst case scenario, performing 5 searches, no matter how large the database gets. But that's a nice to have. We'll see. I don't know how long all of this is going to take. This is where we're at. And to start, I think this should be an easy one to do. Add message box to render submission attempt. And I guess it wouldn't hurt to show the application running right now. So here we have break, enter. So I get invalid word break, but I'm not like coloring state or anything. But then if I try a new word, a oh, a oh, 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 that's right, that's right. I don't have an entire dictionary loaded right now, so only a couple of words are valid. All right, I need to zoom out so I can actually write code. See, that is somewhat viewable. Maybe I can that probably okay, right? Uh, hey Joseph. Hey Peter. I see you. Let me. I don't think my activate. Hey, there you are. All right. I see you guys now. Apologies. We're good. All right. Do this. I want to render. Let's go into our render game board. This is where we render our grid. Render, or also known as the game. Render grid. The message box appears above this. We're going to need to render the message box above it. K2.draw. Hopefully there's like the rectangle supports rounded edges. Takes a rectangle, a color, a rotation. Not quite what I want. Draw circle out. Rectangle vec? What is this? Does it just takes a position, a size, an origin, rotation? Um, I'm not seeing what I want. So this API probably doesn't provide it by default. So I think for now we'll just do a simple rectangle. It'll be good enough. This doesn't have to be perfect. Now we want to position it the center of our window. If we looked at Wordle here, I hit enter. Notice how it's appearing in that first row. Oh, it's actually appearing. Oh, look at that. It's a list of messages with a timer. Oh no. This just got a little bit more complicated. Safe or save saved saved enter. Okay. So no message there. If I enter again, not enough letters. If I just spam enter. So it's okay. It's almost like a particle system, right? every enter produces a new message at the top and pushes the old message down. And it has a timeout. 1001, 1000 of about a second and a quarter. 1001, maybe a 1 second timeout. So each of these is a message with a 1 second timeout that, if I spam fast enough, gets all the way to the bottom. And also shakes the active row. That's funny. So I need like a message system and a view that renders a rectangle, a list of rectangles with their own spacing, I'm guessing. That looks like double spacing. Let's say double spacing. And does the size of the box change based on the text? So so that's not enough letters. What's the other message that we get? Not enough letters, invalid word. Not in the word list. Okay. Interesting. So it keeps the size of the largest message in the list. And then it resizes to a smaller box when only the smaller message is left. So we get not enough letters, not in the word list, and then it shrinks. Okay. So there's actually a lot going on there. There's a lot more going on there than I think in this grid here. Interesting. So we're gonna need this is my lack of Odin is gonna show here. I know exactly what to do with C++. This would be like a vector situation, a dynamic string situation. We have a string builder. We need like messages. Messages. It's a dynamic string. Now I don't know. No, wait. I can do this because of this. I just have to make sure I delete the dynamic string, I think. I did this somewhere. Defer delete dictionary words. Yeah. So I need to make sure let's initialize the game board in the same spot. Defer delete messages. Is that a problem? Probably not a problem. Hey, Vinovan. You do you, man. You do you. I don't have any issue using AI for work. I'm just learning. This is all for fun. All right. Delete the messages. I think I can use append. And the messages occur anytime you hit enter, which is inside this function. So when we submit a row and we determine that the word is either not in the list or is an invalid word, we print, let's see, not in word list. So I need to handle not in let's see, let's do message not in list. not in word list. Right? Not in word. And then we also want message. Not enough letters. Okay. So invalid word. I don't really need to print this stuff anymore because we're going to be using our actual graphics to let the user know. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. So it's only a valid word if it's in the list. If it's not in the list, it is an invalid word, not in word list. Message not in list. So that should be append, message not. Oh, what do I do? No procedures or ambiguous call for procedure group append. Yeah, so like this is where I might just use AI to it's almost like I'm Googling, right? I'm reading documentation, I'm searching Stack Overflow. I I am still new to Odin. I have a collective well, everyone has seen what my experience with Odin is. I have streamed every second of it, which is a total of like 5 or 6 hours. So I'm still learning. Like with C, this is easy. It's just using an in place back on a vector of strings. Done. In Odin, I have no idea. No procedures or ambiguous call for procedure group append that match with the given. Appending to a dynamic array. Here we go. It is common to append new elements to a dynamic array. This can be done using the built-in append process. Procedure. I gotta remember that's a procedure. Dynamic integer. You append. Oh, you pass in a pointer to the address, or you pass in the address. That makes a ton of sense. And then what does it return? It doesn't return anything. So this is all wrong. So I need to do append ampersand game messages like that. I don't know. Not in wordless. Yeah, that one. Cool. And I have to assume Odin will automatically resize the dynamic list. Holy shit, how does Odin do that? Will it automatically do that? What happens if your list like that's my concern, right? Because in C, aren't you in charge of if your array runs out of space, you're in charge of reallocating a new array and copying the contents into that new array, right? Does is Odin expecting me to do that as well? Both oh, nope, here you go. Right here. Right here. Both of these procedures will resize the dynamic array length to the wanted index. This can be seen in the example below. What is that? Inject at, assign at. Injecting into a specific index can be done with inject. It will move over elements upwards when inserted below other elements. Assign a type at a specific index can be done with assign. Both of these will resize the array to the wanted index. This can be seen. Okay, so I have to assume then that append will also resize. Appends a string to the end of a dynamic. I mean, it's a dynamic array, so it has to resize. Otherwise, it wouldn't be dynamic. So, yeah, I'm going to say that's good. So if we do not have a valid word, it is not in the word list. Now, the other issue is not enough letters. So I guess we should make that check prior to even this. Uh, Now, we know by the nature of Wordle itself that we're only doing 5 letters. But if I was making this a robust game, then it would probably be like a configure input where you say, hey, I want to make the game work with 6 letter words. So then we load a dictionary and we only load 6 letter word dictionaries. Boom, now we have a 6 letter word game, right? But for the purpose of this, I think I'll just hard code 5 for now. I gotta remember letters to string will store. I gotta remember how this works. Strings to string guess. Okay. If guess, if length of guess is less than 5, then we return immediately because we do not want to modify our active row. So that will fill our message board. Now, there is also a timer that is associated with each message. But we'll deal with that later. I want to see if I can get these messages rendering. Where are we? So render game board. You know what? To keep this clean, do I need these calculations? Screen size, game board size. Might need screen size, but I don't know if I need board spacing. I'm going to center, double the spacing. Has nothing to do with. Yeah, I might make this a new function. So render game board, render messages. This should honestly probably be a function as well, now that I think about it. That's okay. I'll clean that up later. He never cleans it up. So we want a render messages function. There's your AI for you. Let's see. What is it actually doing? Screen size, game board size. Like, we don't care about game board size. That's not going to do anything for us. We want screen size. Now, the message box, it's going to have spacing around the message. So I think we are going to have to measure the text and then apply spacing around it. Looks like we are kind of doing that here. We're going to want to position the rectangle to be centered. I don't know. This is drawing the text. This isn't even drawing the rectangle yet. So I don't want to do this yet. Yeah. Clear but not used. I think we're going to do the same thing up here where we subtract our message size to get the center. This is kind of what we're doing here. Message width. Screen size minus the message width divided by 2 gives us our center position. So I think we want this, but now I want to just try and draw a rectangle. K2 dot draw rectangle. Oh, I see what it's trying to do. Let's give it spacing of like, is 10 good? Like there's a lot of spacing around these letters, around these words. I think that's good. We're gonna need that for calculating the size of the rectangle. So we do need that. So we get the message size, but now we want to add basically double the spacing to the message, and that becomes the width of our rectangle. So rect width equal, I guess it's or equals. Can I do equal or a constant? Text size done. Got going on? Nothing. Nothing important. All right. Text size dot x would be our width plus spacing times 2. Okay. I figured that wouldn't work, so we need to do this. And then our rect height would be the same thing, right? So we're going to put this spacing around, all the way around our message. So then, depending on how draw rect works, I'm assuming draw rect is going to be x and y is top left corner. The origin is 0, 0, then the rectangle rotates around the top left corner. Called it. So if we are positioning based on the top left corner, then we want to position at half the screen distance minus half the rectangle width. That would be our x. So rectangle x is, and that is what it's doing, right? Is that what it's doing? Screen width minus rectangle width divided by 2. Yes. And then y, rectangle y is going to be a little interesting because it's going to be appended based on each message. But the position of y should really just be spacing times 2, I think. I think that's all it is, spacing times 2. So then, that probably means I don't need this here. I want to initialize y, let's see, rect y, spacing times 2. Yeah, game board spacing times 2. That's what I want. This is like text spacing. That's different. Text spacing will dictate the size of the rectangle. And then rectangle y just become, like, after we draw the rectangle, the next y becomes spacing, rectangle height, spacing, rectangle height, spacing, rectangle height. So the next y becomes the bottom edge of the rectangle, which is just adding the rectangle height. So we start with rectangle y with adding a rectangle height, which would be 0. So we could actually do something like you update Y, go to the next element. Hey, darling, how's it going? Also, darling, the way I'm pronouncing your name makes me sound like I'm saying, "Hello, darling. How's it going?" You're not my darling, darling. Let's see. Text spacing, rectangle width, Y. Then after we draw the rectangle, we do rectangle Y is equal to text size height, followed by additional game board spacing times 2 in order to draw the rectangle. We have to keep doing that. Dowlin, that is fair. Dowlin, I can do that. That actually works out for me. Or Dow for short, right? Okay, so if this is anywhere near correct, what we should see happen is a bunch of white rectangles spam the display because I'm not doing anything to clear the messages. So let's I guess let's give this a shot and see what happens. All right. Enter. Enter. I can draw a rectangle. All right. So now, according to Wordle, we need to be able to clear these rectangles out in about a second. So that tells me trying to decide if I want to store a message with the state of its duration. Probably the easiest. Create a message type, I guess. Message type would contain the text and the duration. Well, the squeal, I am actively working on trying to build opinions. This is my first time using Odin. I've got about 6 hours of Odin experience compared to over 40,000 hours of C++ experience. There's a little bit of a difference. I only have a couple hours of Zig experience. There is one thing I really like about Zig that Odin definitely isn't doing, and that is the ease and convenience of building your application for cross-platform. Zig has a lot of that built in, where Odin does not. Odin kind of works more like your standard C++ compiler. You pull in Odin and you get it up and running with whatever system it can run on. But it does require you to have like not necessarily Visual Studio, but the MSVC compilers or LLVM installed, that kind of thing. Whereas Zig, you don't need to do any of that. You just need to download the Zig binary and hit the ground running. So +1 for Zig on that. Odin does some really cool stuff out of the box, such as being able to use enumerations as your indices for arrays. Now I can make this work in C++ as well and still be type safe. Uh, but it's cool that Odin does this without you having to stress about it. So I really like that. I'm not. I don't have a lot of like C style procedural programming experience in general. I am definitely more on the object oriented side. So it's I don't even know if like if I'm writing code well here, right? Clearly I'm just writing it as I'm thinking about it. I'm not really thinking about laying this out in the correct manner and making it maintainable and easy to read kind of thing, just because I don't have the experience. This could use someone with a lot of experience to like sit with me and do a code review on like why you should or shouldn't do something a certain way. C3, I don't have any experience either. I'm aware of it. I definitely want to try it at some point. Rust, I haven't tried either. And Nim, I don't know if I've ever heard of Nim. Have I heard of Nim? Nim? Oh wait, I think we may have looked at Nim the other day, just briefly. It almost looks like Python. So I will say this. -1 for languages that are based on white space indentation. Not a huge fan. It is just way too easy to get that wrong, and too easy for my eyes to misinterpret like where the scope is. I am definitely team curly brace scope. So thankfully Odin does that, right? I'm sure Nim's fine. I just this is like I think this might be my second time looking at it, right? And I'm sure it has some pretty powerful like all languages have their thing that they do. Oh wait, what's this? Nim is a statically typed compiled system programming language. It combines successful concepts from mature languages like Python, Ada, and Modula. Well, there you go. So okay, +1 for Nim because I don't like programming in Python. I had to do Python for a year ago actually for a job, and the not having that type safety built in, um, and relying on tools to make sure you get it right. I'm not a fan. I am a huge fan of type safety. Um, so the fact that Nim is doing a statically typed compiled system language that is improving upon Python, I'm down with that. 100% down with that. White space is worse for dyslexia. Oh, that's a good point. I've never even considered that. Holy crap. That has to be tough. That has to be tough in general. Programming with dyslexia? What was I doing? Was drawing a rectangle. Trying to decide if I wanted to create a message type with a duration. Or should the duration? Yeah, I think I do. I think, well, maybe not a duration. I think a timestamp. Is a timestamp right? Because the my thought is in render game board, not render game board, in render message here. Well, I mean, this is a toy project, so don't get on me for not doing things the right way. But if I wanted to make a well designed implementation, I would separate the logic from the rendering. Therefore, really what we need is a something like right here that update message duration. If message duration expires, then remove the message from the list, right? So you would do something like that. And then on the render step, the only thing rendering does is render the current state of your message. And then you don't have to worry about it. Hey, I don't blame you. In my experience over the years, everyone has their preferred way of programming, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it's just kind of freaking cool that we have all these different languages for people to solve problems in a way they want to do it, right? That is cool. I like I struggle with Odin because I don't have access to some object oriented paradigms that I'm used to. I mean, you guys see it every time I'm trying to do like dot append or dot add or something. It's like, oh no, you got to call a function, you got to pass in the pointer. Like, it, I'm from the school of you don't pass in parameters as output because that's harder to read. So if you're looking at a code base and you have functions that return values and functions that also return values from the parameters, it becomes a mess of like, well, what the hell's going on? Is that a parameter or is that a return? And hopefully, and I'm sure like with those who are very familiar with the procedural side of things, you have a method to your madness where it's all very consistent and becomes easier to read. But coming from C++, it's like, ugh. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I want kind of like an update loop. Update message state. That's what I need, right? I need like a update messages. Okay. So that does mean I'm gonna need a message type. We got letter state, we have rows made up of letter states. We need a message. Does Odin have an explicit type for time values by chance? Or do I gotta use floats? Does that there is a time package? Is that under core, I assume? Package core time. Time related procedures and types, including sleep now and string formatting of moments. So now is really what I want. Oh, does it have benchmarking tools? That's kind of cool. Or is this just an example? No, this is types. Time. So, you mentioned float works just fine. I don't know if other languages do this, but at least if I'm doing C++, float does not work just fine. Float is actually a very serious problem when it comes to tracking time, right? Because when you start adding time with floating point precision, IEEE, I forget what it is, 1372 or something. You don't have access to all possible precision, so you end up with, you know, 0.1 plus 0.2 does not equal 0.3 type of situations, and that accrues error when accumulating time. So for me, and it's just a habit I have done because so to be fair, I come from modeling and simulation, which timing is very critical. And so having any form of error is not good. And having been bitten by these types of errors in the past and using old legacy like Fortran, we're talking Fortran, C, but using these physics models that have time as float, it risks lives, right? If you're depending on simulation to inform training to determine possible outcomes, using a float literally risks lives. So that's kind of baked into me at this point, having been doing this for so long. I don't use float with time. And so I also try and be very explicit with my types, which makes sense. I'm very type safety, right? And float doesn't mean time, because now you can have a function that takes a float that you're using for time, but someone else can call that function passing in a float that means distance, or passing in a float that means acceleration, right? So I'm just very sensitive to type safety and making sure we use correct time or types when it comes to writing code. I mean, this is obviously a toy project. We can do whatever we want. But I like to apply my methods to my learning as well. Because if I'm learning a language, I would like to see how I could use that language professionally. Date time to time now is kind of what I want. Which is a time type, but is that an actual? Yeah, fully agree with you, Dal. Also like to just talk about my experience so people know where I'm coming from. Okay, they have access to the precise clocks. Cool, cool. Oh, hey, read, cycle, counter, U64. Oh, nope, nope. I've gone too far. I've gone too far. Hey, Devtron, how's it going? A little. Album. Album. One song. Dang it. Give me the whole album. Song does rock, though. Oh, well, I tried. Again, YouTube recommends the vertical one for me, and I had to find the full screen. Yeah, that's so weird. It's almost certainly YouTube pushing. Like, it does seem until we find a way to break the cycle of doom scrolling. it does seem that's where YouTube wants you to be. I even have vertical on Twitch, whether you guys knew that or not. So if you're watching from your phone on Twitch, you can just rotate your phone vertically, and it should change it to a vertical format. I haven't tested in a second, but it should. Also, we should be 1440p now. So hopefully you guys are seeing a slightly higher definition, for better or worse for me, but higher definition viewing. Now, we are still limited to the quality of my webcam. But my desk comes in, hopefully this weekend. I'll get everything set up and have much higher quality everything. I think seconds is really all I need. So can I store... Ooh, duration. That's what I want. Yeah, see, duration is an integer. Okay, cool. That's what I want. Duration. That's core time. Does this alphabetize by chance? Import core time. If I QRST, if I store it here, yeah, it does. Hell yeah. Okay. Message, duration. I don't know why I thought that was gonna work. I bet I have to do time dot, I'm guessing. I'm learning. I'm becoming an Odin developer. Let's go. Wait, does second convert to a float or something? Second is 1,000 times, or no, that's just a type. So this is saying 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, so that's saying 2 seconds being stored as an integer. So I don't... Odin is a newer-ish. I mean, I think it might still be 10 years old, someone was saying. But Odin is a newer C-style programming language, but with, from what I can tell, with some pretty nice type safety features, at least compared to C. I can say I am liking this a lot more than I would like C. You still have to, for certain situations, you still kind of have to manage your own allocators. I'm doing something like that with the string builder that I pass around. But it has dynamic arrays for procedural language, which is kind of cool. I really like the using enumerations as indices into an array. What I don't know for sure is if Odin is compiling this as an array under the hood, or if it's like a hash map or something like that. But at least from a syntax perspective, it's pretty clean. I really like it. Carl 2D might have some time stuff. Oh, that's fair. I mean, everything that guy has made seems to be pretty spot on. Okay, so message has text duration. When we create the message, we actually don't want to do this. We want 0. We're going to accumulate the duration. Message, yeah, so we want to do that. Then during our update messages function, which we will place above our render game board, update messages, we get the current time. This is nonsense. The autocomplete, I will say, I've been using, so I have a GitHub Copilot still integrated with VS Code. I don't use it much anymore because it's gotten so expensive, but I still use it for the autocomplete, which is kind of nice because for the most part, it does generate what I would have written, or it at least generates enough that I don't have to like really think about it and I can just rewrite what the pieces I need, it struggles a little with Odin. At least the auto complete does. If the enumerated array is a normal array, what happens if you define an enumeration with values like -1, right? So are you saying in Odin I can index that array with none, or does it not allow you to even use the yeah? So like that's why I wasn't sure if it actually is an array or how it does the indexing. Um, because then it becomes a question of if it does allow variation and enumeration assignment, then what is it actually doing under the hood? Is it doing an O of N search? Because indexing with -1, at least in my mind, doesn't make sense. I would be curious to see what it's actually doing under the hood for something like that. That's why I wasn't sure. Update messages. We get the current time, and then I loop over. Ooh, no, it's not just current time. We need to store basically our runtime. We store our runtime? Lapse time. Do we store our elapsed time? We're going to get the current time minus previous time. We store the previous time. And then we subtract the current time to get our elapsed time. We just need elapsed time. So game board state can probably track. Yeah, it's gonna go one of two ways, Jan. It's either gonna be done really quick or really long. Okay, so if you try and do anything crazy with your enums, then it will just call you out on it. I'm okay with that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's what I do. I track elapsed time. Elapsed time is a duration. So then what we do is what is this? This was copied from Carl 2D, but it's running a for loop of step. Oh, it's just continuously running step. Oh, so can I do my elapsed time update here? Oh. Wait a minute. Okay. So what I want to do is like a start time is now. Then here I want game board elapsed time is time now minus start time, but it's not liking that. Only allowed with numeric expressions. What is now? Now is a time. Dot. Okay. Start time is also a time, but this is a duration. So do I have to? What do I have to do? Time dot duration. Is there like a time to duration? Time add duration minute. Need to convert time to a See, in C++, all I'd have to do is timestamp minus timestamp, and it would automatically produce a duration for me. Sure, there's a way to do it here. I just need to know how to. I need to figure it out. A tick. What is a tick? Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. Duration. Not really any examples. This is actual API document. Is there an overview of time? Duration. Nope. Okay. To the Google. New tab. Odin. Time to duration. Time since start time. Oh. I mean, if it has a convenience function, I can set time since. Time since. But this isn't really gonna. Not really gonna give me an elapsed time on the next iteration. It's just gonna be total time. So I actually need to pass in stopwatch. Here we go. What's this? Start, stop. No. Accumulation. No. Is there a way to tract time.time from another time.time to produce a time.duration? Diff. I would not have thought that. Diff. It's not in the overview. Okay. So then, start time. What I want is current time equals like that. Okay, so this gives me an elapsed time for game board. I gotta be careful because I assume this happens at the end of the frame, not the beginning. Current time. That works out. That works out. So then, in here, what I need, update messages. Did I ever make that function? I don't. Okay. Yeah, I guess I will. So in here, I don't need to manage time anymore. I just need to loop over my messages and add the elapsed time to their duration. And if it's greater than a second, drop them out. So what does that look like? For message in game board messages. So this is the duration update. Nope, that's not what that's doing. It's equal. Oh, Does not like that. Why is it not like that? I need a reference. Yes. I remember. I'm figuring it out. Okay, so that'll sit there and update the time of our messages. Then we can check to see if a message needs to be removed. For and message in. Do we know? So one thing that's not clear to me, I don't know if this is a copy or a const. Like, is it a copy or a const reference? That I'm not clear of yet. But anyway, if duration is greater than 1 second, we need to remove message from messages. But we can't. Hopefully, this is calling it out for the issue. Oh. But anyway, this is a problem regardless. Because unless Odin somehow supports this, but generally you aren't able to, or you shouldn't be, like, dynamically removing elements from your array, or I guess this is a dynamic array, in the middle of looping it, because you can break iteration, at least in C++. But that being said, if we reverse iterate, then it should be safe, because anything we remove, we have already iterated on. Now, this is a very much at least a C++ thing, so I am doing this. I don't know if Odin would like automatically handle this type of situation, but that's why I'm going to go reverse. Reverse to safely remove messages while iterating. This is a fairly common pattern I've ran into, or I've had to use for rendering like rows and rows of tables and having the ability to dynamically remove a row from a table like that you're rendering. I've had to do stuff like this. So if the message duration is greater than 1, we want to remove. But now the question becomes, how do you remove? Pop, 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 pop. Nope. Is it gameboard.messages.pop? Okay. Now you append sign at removing. Pop pops the last element of the array. We don't want that. Unordered remove removes an element at a specific index. Unordered means it is 01 since it swaps the last element to the removed location. We don't want that because we want our messages to remain in the list they appear as. Ordered remove removes an element at a specific index. Ordered means it will move all elements after the index downwards. Copy. I mean, in theory, our first message we add will always be the oldest message that needs to be removed. We almost need like a different data structure, because we're basically removing the first element in the array every time. Does Odin have the concept of a deck, a double-ended queue? That's probably what I'd use in C++. That's okay. We'll make this slow and terrible for now, just to get functionality working. We're never going to have more than like 5 or 6 messages before things start auto-removing. So I want to do an ordered remove at index, at our index. Ordered remove. So that means we want we do ordered remove at I, which should almost certainly and almost always be 0 when this happens. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So check. I I mean, just see if this works. Did I get it in one? We're going to render rectangles, and we should see them start to disappear. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Maybe this programming thing is for me after all. Seems to be working. It's exactly what we need. Okay, so now we need to add text centered on the rectangle. And yeah, we got to figure that out. That's going to be the, and we did this with our letter actually. So we get the text size, we calculate its, excuse me, its center, subtract this would be like our rectangle size minus the text size, because text is also positioned top left corner. What is it trying to do? Oh, we have to account for, spacing. So x is going to be, we have our text center. Centered one. No, that needs to be rectangle height. Let's move it. Put your variables where you're using it. Makes it a little easier to read. So we're going to have rectangle height. X centered Y. We're going to have to shift. We're going to have to negative shift, I think. That's going to be rectangle height minus Y. Then text center X is going to be rectangle. Oh, but we also have to adjust by the actual X and Y position. We got to find rectangle X and Y. Rectangle X. Oh. Rectangle X, centered, draw the message, but we also need to account for spacing. Text spacing. I think. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. What did I do wrong? I didn't divide by 2 for some reason. Where did I go wrong? First of all, always use parentheses to be clear about what you intend, even if PEMDAS works. This adds 20 to the size. I would have expected only adding a 10 shift work. Oh, wait a minute. Rectangle X counts for, no, rectangle width has the double spacing built in. Oh, we're already accounting for the spacing, I think. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Check it out. Not enough letters. Not in the word list. Not enough letters. Okay, let's see if it'll resize back. Close enough. Hell yeah. This is awesome. I like programming. Programming's awesome, guys. Is my voice too low? Or is the music too loud? Hang on. We're gonna do an audio check. This is what I get for not doing an audio check. It could also be my... I don't know. This is what I get for using a crappy mic. Don't worry. I'll be back to a good mic Sunday or Monday. Audio test. This is an audio test. Oh, is it because I'm like close? Can you hear me? The audio seems fine. Maybe my mic was cutting out. Oh, yes. Yes. My other videos are better because they were coming from my office, which has a real mic. I'm just using a simple... Screw that up. Can you hear me? Okay. Yes. You're right. I have been out of the office because I need to get a new desk, which is actually coming today finally. And once I'm back in my office, I will have the better audio and all that set up. But yes, you're right. Okay. So I think we're there. I think... Oh, look at this. You like my Odin videos? Well, thank you. I'm just learning. This is literally me learning a new language for the first time in years. You love... I don't I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. You love watching me suffer. I mean, to be fair, isn't all programming suffering? That's so cool. All right. Knock off one of my notes. Add message box to render submission attempts. Row fails. I think that's the only one we did. Okay. I think that's a committable change. There it is. Just so everyone's aware, this is open source. If you're new here, this is on GitHub at Fun and Software LLC. You are welcome to do what you will with it. Okay. So what's next on the list? Add message box. That's done. Row fails when partially filled with message, not enough letters. That is done. Invalid word renders shared letters as yellow, if not incorrect spot. Okay, so that's the next step. Looking at system languages and stalking the authors. That's awesome. I don't know anything about Ginger Bill. You're not the first person who's brought him up. I definitely need to see what he's about. Maybe he has some good ideas. I mean, Odin's pretty cool. My issues with Odin aren't really about Odin. It's about me coming from C++ and not being used to a procedural language like Odin. I'd have these exact same issues if I was using Zig, C, C3. Is C3 object oriented? I don't remember. But yeah, these issues are more just me not being used to the language than actual problems with the language. Because it's like, kudos to Odin here. It is letting me do stuff the way I want to do them, especially when it comes to like type safety and using these time objects versus like a float, that kind of thing, which is what I would probably have to use in C or an integer. So that's kind of nice. I do like that. Yeah, it is hard. I have, as of right now, close to 7 hours of experience with Odin. Compare that to 40,000 hours of experience with C++. It's just a little. I mean, to be fair, syntax can be learned over time as you're solving problems. So it's not a big deal. All of the core fundamental stuff that I'm familiar with, I don't have to relearn. Breaking down a problem, figuring out where to go next. Now I'm obviously putting all this in one file. Maybe I'll clean this up at some point. That's cool. I'm hearing good stuff about him. What was I doing? I lost track. I need to color shared letters yellow. And the only way I'm going to do that, so I originally had a solution to store letter state here on a per letter basis, but I'm realizing for words that have multiple of the same letter. So in my example here, I have eagle, apple. If I guess a word that has two of the shared letters, but they're in the wrong spot, then they both can show up yellow. I gotta think. Does that matter? If you. Does that actually matter? If I have. If I have two shared letters, if I just say. If I guess a word with P, that P is yellow. Oh, but if I guess a word with three P's, then it's not going to be yellow for that third P. So it does matter. Oh, thanks, Urine. I appreciate that. Thanks for this the Prime subscription. Is that Twitch or is that an Amazon thing? I I've been okay. I apologize, guys. I am figuring this out. I promise. But I've been streaming since when? The end of March, I think. March, April, May, June. Okay, so I'm on my 4th month. I'm just starting Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? I swear I know what I'm doing. I swear. Anyway, thanks. Thank you. I really appreciate it. May not be totally helpful, but you should look at the rune type in the overview. Ooh. I mean, whether it's helpful or not, I'm open to learning stuff. Ooh, what is this? Can you tell the compiler to optimize only specific procedures? Like I said, Odin does some really cool stuff. Wait, you can mark stuff private? Holy shit. Anyway, what was I doing? Rune? When entering string, the characters will be runes and not bytes. For in assumes the string is encoded as type of character is a rune. What is a rune? A signed 32-bit integer represents a Unicode point is a distinct type to I32. Is that to allow Unicode? Okay. 0 for numeric and rune types, false. Interesting. Iteration through runes is preferred since Odin strings are UTF-8. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Okay. That's good to be aware of, because I was, in my mind, I was thinking they were only 1 byte characters. That by default? People like that? But if you use it as a C string, I wonder if it goes back to a 1 byte character. Hey, how's it going, Scorpy? Odin is a programming language that I have exactly 7 hours of experience in, and we are making Wordle. Wait, are you kidding me? Wordle is a game that doesn't let you use Wordle. And not in the word list. Okay, so if I guess Apple, I mean, okay, the game won. So, yeah. So we're working on building Wordle using a language I have never used before. And apparently, not to name any names, but some of you like to watch me suffer through this. So there's that. Wordle. Wordle word. All right. Forgot what I was doing. I've determined that I need to store a letter state on a per game board basis. Oh, you okay? I follow. Thanks, Dal. That makes sense. Hey, Bim. Why am I learning Odin? Just because it kind of happened by chance. So I'm a C++ developer by trade, and I was working on a project on stream to get my code up and running in WebAssembly, but my dependencies weren't built, and it was going to take a couple hours to get everything I needed running. Long story short, using Windows Subsystem for Linux, dev containers, compiling code from a virtual machine, but storing it on my host machine, and the latency, like it was taking a long time. And so I was talking to chat, and we're like, "Hey, what should we do to kill time?" And it's like, "Oh, you know what? Let's take a look at some languages." Came across Odin, like cool, And then the next stream, I was like, all right, let's dig into this. And I wanted to, so we dug into it a little bit. Didn't really do much with it. Just got like a Hello World compiling. I was like, all right, let's actually try and learn this language uh, real quick, and build something. And we happened to be using or playing this game called Wordle on stream. And I was like, you know what? I think I could make Wordle. Wordle is not a very complex game. So let's make Wordle and use Odin to do it, having never used Odin. And the cool thing is, a couple of people showed up who actually knows Odin and were able to like kind of help guide me in the correct direction. And I appreciate you guys not just like, hey, you're doing it wrong, you need to do it this way, you need to do it this way, and just providing suggestions and things to look up, because that is working out really well for me. And I really appreciate it. Cool. All right. So that's the idea. And I'm slowly figuring it out. It's really cool that this C style language has dynamic arrays. I think that's huge personally. This is one of those things where I mean, you could implement it yourself, but it's such like a very common data structure, and it's nice that it provides this. Now, to be fair, I don't know what all C provides out of its core libraries. It's been like longer than I want to mention since I've used C. I'm employed as a C++ engineer. I've been doing C++ for over 15 years. Mostly modeling simulation, some visualization, OpenGL, that kind of thing. Qt, I'm very experienced with the Qt framework, Qt. I've done a little bit of Python. I actually was working a job in 25 that was mostly Python. Well, it was a combination of Python and C++ doing robots. Oh, all right. So the target word, maybe that's what it is. Maybe I'm only coloring letters. Like maybe I'm storing this letter state for the target word. And if let's do this. Let's do this. Let's in the submit active row, the first thing we do is determine if we have a valid word in our dictionary. Then we need to determine if we have shared characters. This could almost be its own function that returns the letters that are shared. Does Odin have the concept of a tuple, however you guys pronounce it? Because I can almost, well, nah, it wouldn't need to be that, would it? It would just need to be a dynamic array. Oh, hey, come here. Come here. People want to say hi. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. I got you. Come on. Get over here. Get over here. You want to say hi? You want to say hi? Huh? Say hi. Say hi. Chat, this is Trill. You might see him napping behind me in the chair sometimes. He might say hi to you. I gotta warm him up. How's it going? Huh? Alright, he wants down. He wants down. Multiple return values by default. That's kind of cool. Did you hear him? Awesome. Oh, I'm losing focus. 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 Am I back? I think I'm back. Okay. So I need. Well, I also need to store it for the keyboard, right? Hey, Goku, the best name so far. Thanks for following. I am a huge Dragon Ball Z fan. I lived on a farm, and my dad, we would have to every year we had a wood burning stove, so we'd have to go chop wood for like 1 or 2 weeks out of the year as a family, and he would pay us by the truckload, and half of that would have to get stored or would go to a bank for savings, and then the other half at the end of that 2 weeks of labor he would take us to the mall, and we would stop by a video store called Suncoast Videos, I think, something like that, which was like in a time of not really having much internet or only dial-up internet, it and not like having streaming services or anything like that. There was no way for me to know as a kid where to find Dragon Ball Z movies. So we came across Suncoast Videos, and it had everything. And so as a reward for all the work we did that 2 weeks, my dad bought me the entire Frieza saga, and you better believe I watched every single episode throughout the entire day. And I don't know how many hours Frieza saga is, but I basically like binge watched it before binge watching was a thing. It was great. Love Dragon Ball Z. Okay. So I gotta think about this. I guess let's to help me think about this, let's actually solve Wordle today. So we know EA don't go in any of these locations. I need to knock out a bunch of other letters here. Out D. Oh, that helps a lot. All right, we should be able to get the word from this. There's no reason we shouldn't get the word. Um, um, I want to do like acute, acute. Oh, you know, last stream I was a mathematical genius. This stream, I am an acute genius. Thank you very much. Oh, I lost the keyboard. Crap. I didn't think that through. I'm dumb. Okay. So I know we need to render the keys based on the state of this. So that's a data structure itself, which is what I already have. So the letter states right here, that's basically what we would render the keyboard with. Now these guesses, where you could have multiple letters, but if you had 3 letters, only 2 of them would show up yellow or green. That's an entirely different state. That's like state for the word itself. So we need a like a word guess state, I think, that contains letter state. So what would that look like? Hello. Word. Yes. State. I could do no, this wouldn't work because this wouldn't support multiple letters. Um it's not this. I think it has to be it needs to be a struct. I need another type so I can combine a letter with a specific state. So we need like what do we want to call this? So we have letter state. We have letter. We need like guess state. Guess. I'll just call it guess. Struct. Something like that. Yeah, I'm with you, Dal. I mean, I already have an enum called letter state, so my naming is probably not the greatest. Now, ideally, if I was making this like a robust configurable game, I'd probably make this dynamic so that I could just define a single size to build the game out of. Like, oh, this game is for 5-letter words, or this game is for 6-letter words, that kind of thing. But I'm lazy. So we have a guess that represents no, I don't want that. I want it to be a single letter. A single letter, a single state. What languages are Odin most similar to? I have a little bit of an idea. I've got about 7 hours of experience in Odin because I'm a C++ developer. Uh, I would say by far the most common language it's similar to is C. And therefore, it would be similar to any other like procedural style languages like C. So Zig, I think Zig is probably I actually don't know if this is true, so don't quote me on this. But at least in my internet ecosystem, internet algorithm ecosystem, Zig shows up as kind of like the most popular up and coming language. So I would say it's similar to that. I have heard of C3. I have heard of, as of today, a language called Nim. And I'm sure someone in chat could speak to some of the other languages it's similar to. It's not really object oriented, so I would not say it's similar to C++ unless you're just using like the procedural half of C++ or the C half of C++. If I do a dynamic string, dynamic array, big numbers, dynamic array that is stored like big number. Oh, does that reserve the size? Is that like doing a vector reserve in C++? It pre-allocates like that much memory for the big number, and does it still allow it to grow beyond that point? Okay, so word guess. Word guess. This becomes 5. Guess. All right. So letter states really becomes. I think letter states is going to become keyboard state at a certain point. Oh, it won't grow past. Okay. Oh, so it's like a um C++ is actually getting this. Oh man, a fixed vector. So I don't know if that's out yet. Oh man, what's it called? Or is it flat vector? Standard. I forget what it's called. No, it's something new coming. In place is it in place vector? Yeah, in place vector. It's like this, right? So in place vector, you define its maximum capacity, but its API is that of a regular dynamic vector, right? You got pushback, erase, remove, etc. It just won't grow past the compile time size. That's cool that Odin had C++26, so there's no guarantee it's in the compilers today because C++26 is still like making its way into the different compilers. Letter states. So we got word guess. So now I need to populate this. Ooh, but this is per row. So what is a row? Row is a letter. So this isn't even. It goes here actually. This is a guess. So our row contains a guess of 5 letters. Now I need to update the rest of the code to work with that. Letters to string now needs to take a row. Yeah, needs to take a row. Go to definition. Row, row. This becomes a guess. Nope. Uh. Yeah, let's do a guess. That will create the string. Do the comparison. I almost wonder if I need to go the other way. Turn the string into letters. Guess I'll run into that when I need. Okay, so we have an active row. Row again. Is a guess which contains a letter and a state. Is there a way? Let's make sure that still knows. Actually, forget what letter or words are in this. Banjo. Banjo. Not enough letters. Dealt. Not enough letters. Invalid word. I think the actual word is crane. 012 crane. Okay. So now the guess contains the active letter state, which means actually, I need to update the rendering now. Render the game board. Render the letter. Guess dot letter state. Oh, we're already doing it. Okay. Where do we get the color? The color. So the game board color states isn't going to work anymore. What was I doing with the color states? The color states is color, or no, that works because that's not going to change because we're going to use our guess to look up what the color should be and then render it. So the issue here is we get our, okay, here it is. This is what needs to change. So state now becomes our guess.state. And then the letter state will be for keyboard, which I'll render below. Now we have our guess state. Wait, can I just do this? Okay. That builds. I can't do it that way. I need that vertical space. Okay. Oh, that's the issue. Okay, guys, are you guys a squiggly brace on the opening squiggly brace on the same line of code? I I'm like I'm back and forth on if I like it or not. A lot of C++ I've written over the years have always had the squiggly brace on a separate line, which I mean I kind of like, but I also really like just having a code formatter automatically format code for me, so I don't have to ever worry about it, and then I just get over it. So I usually just do whatever the formatter's doing for me. But I kind of like having a little bit of white space. I don't know. I can't decide. Anyway, tangent. Okay, so we're rendering letters. Guess.state. Guess.state looks up the color to use. So now I need to define that state. I mean, this doesn't have to be super complex. We're just statically defined 5 letters. This could just be an n squared, I think, n squared for loop. Where am I going? I lost track of where my logic is. Right here. Target word. We have a target and a guess word. So for G in guess. All right. I mean, if it's gonna autocomplete for me, I'm not gonna not hit tab. Clearly, it's wrong because it struggles to autocomplete Odin for some reason. Part of the issue is it keeps thinking index is on the left when it's on the right. I don't know if that's going to be part of the problem. G is a character. Why is it thinking? What is this? Mismatch type, rune, and letter. Wait, oh, wait, did I screw up? This is a string. Target word is a string. So T should be a rune. G should be a rune. So it's, oh, it should just be this. And this, oh, I see. Um, has to map to guess. Target word. I think this needs to be I. This goes away. If G and T. Oh, this is actually going to be tough. I'll start simple. If G is anywhere, if the like guess letter is anywhere in the target word, I track its position. This is wrong. So if it's anywhere in the word, we need to then say game board dot guess guess word state is present. But is that right? Game board ampersand game board of type has no field guess word. What did I do? Oh, wait, it's the active row. Active row. That's what I need. Um active row dot letters that. Oh, interesting. It's correct. It's only correct if the indices are the same. Otherwise, it's just present. So we'll start by saying it's present. And then if, so I guess I do need K. Uh, oh, wait. Can I do, what's it called? Is it, oh man, what is it called? Tertiary, oh, I forget what it's called. Uh, tertiary operator C++. What's, is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah. Can I do this in Odin? Or is it called something else? Sweet. If condition, oh, I mean, it's kind of like this. Okay. Let's try that. So active row state is this. If I equals K, we return correct, otherwise return present. Expected and operand. Expected. Give it. What's I'm a fan of. I mean, this is a little overkill, having the if and else there. I do like. I I do like making use of these for some simple stuff. If it becomes like overly complicated or verbose, then it kind of loses its benefit. But if it's like, oh, if this, set a value to 0, if otherwise set it to 1, something like that, I do like that. All right. Well, I tried. We're gonna go back to what I was originally thinking. If I equals K, then we'll set the letter to correct. So for the first letter in our guess, we compare it to every letter in the target. If we see that letter, it gets marked present, yellow. If that letter is in the same spot as our guess, then it gets marked green as correct. Oh, so yeah, no, that's fine. And then if it's not found at all, it gets marked absent. Which, I mean, for our guesses, I actually don't think we mark it absent. Where's our color? I forget where I define the color. Da-da-da-da, right here. They're both dark gray. Okay, no, we're fine. So yeah, if it doesn't exist, they get marked absent. So actually, what we can do is just immediately mark the state absent. Yeah. 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 Okay. So we immediately mark the states absent, and then if the letter is somewhere in the word in the target, it gets present, and then if it's the same position, it gets correct. Then we also need to update the keyboard state to show that that letter has already been guessed. So I am going to change letter states to keyboard state. I do kind of like the auto formatting here, keeping all of this aligned when character lengths change. That's kind of cool. Ooh, my desk is here. Guys, my desk is here. I repeat, the desk is here. Hang on. I'm going to I'm going to do this. Be right back. My desk is here. 1858. Yeah? Can people see that? I'll be right back. Keep them entertained. I am back. We can get rid of this. We can zoom out a smidge. They dropped my desks off in my garage, which is really nice because it's raining. Keyboard state. I did that. It was me. Got the hiccups. Guess I wasn't using it. Okay. So then, what I can do is I can loop over the active row guess. Yeah. And update the keyboard state to show that the key was pressed. So that's going to look something like 4-letter inactive row letter. Oh my god, that is not right. That is horribly wrong. Active row letters, letter game board dot keyboard state is that. I think that's it. Is that it? Am I close to finishing Wordle? What are the valid words I have? Apple, banjo, crane, delta, eagle, fable. Okay. So, if the target word is crane. So if I guess apple, I would expect to see A and E. A is yellow, E is green. Let's go. That's how you do it. All right. So then, I'm guessing words that end in E. So if I do fable, sweet. If I do, oh, here we go. Oh no. Okay. So if I guess eagle, what should happen is E is green, and the first E should be gray. The last E should be green. Shit. Oh no. Yes. Yeah, that's wrong. We got a bug. Because the guess is eagle, but the word is crane. Oh man, this is turning into like an actual interview style problem. This might actually be kind of a challenge to get to solve well, I think. So the issue here is G, E. It's in the word. So I wonder, do we need a focus? I wonder if we need like a hash map to keep track of the count of the letters. The problem is the target word is crane, which only has one letter E. And the second E that's yellow would only happen if the guessed word also has 2 E's. So if I do like a set, for instance, to keep track of the count of letters in the target word, I can then and then I think I have to like subtract from it. Because if I make eagle the target word, and I guess one one e, I subtract from it. I almost need something to like write this out. Got something. I got something. Hmm. Feels like a leak code problem. Train has one letter. Oh, lost the there. The G is E. It finds that E exists. So we subtract from the count. Count is 0. Then on the last letter, E is found again, but the count is 0, which would turn it dark. Okay. I'm on to something here. Does Odin have a set? Or hash map or something? Map. I guess a map. I guess a map is what I want. I want to keep count. Is a map a like what is Odin's map? Is it unordered? Is it a tree? I mean, is it a tree or a hash? Hmm. Odin has a hash. Is it literally called hash map? Is that what I need to hash map? Hash map has a format. It's just map. A map maps keys to values. The zero value of a map is nil. A nil map has no keys. The built-in make procedure returns an initialized map using the current context, and delete can be used to delete a map. There's a bit set as well. Yeah, I don't think that's what I want. Insert or update an element of a map to retrieve an element. Move an element. What are you doing? What time is it? Dude, it's not even time. What you I mean, I'll just use a map. It's not a big deal. I was just curious. Note, to enable compound literals for maps, dynamic literals must be enabled, which I did, per file. This is because dynamic literals will use the current context allocator and thus implicitly allocate. The opt-in feature is there in order for Odin to not implicitly allocate by default and not give the user any surprises. Modifying existing map slots needs to be done in 2 steps. However, assign. It doesn't really say like what the underlying implementation of the map is. At least not in the overview. That's fine. Map should be fine. Uh, do I have to import it? Guess I can just use it. The built-in make returns an initialized map using the current context. I guess I have to do. I guess this is what you're supposed to do. Okay. So the target word. Letter count target. Letter. Then 4-letter in target word. Crap. I um what's the cleanest way to do this? Ideally, I would be operating off of the same types throughout this whole thing. I'm feeling kind of lazy, and I don't want to like write a bunch of new functions to make that happen. So I'm wondering if I can use that enum to string to convert my letters to a string. Won't be the most efficient solution, but I'm more just interested in like figuring out the algorithm. Is there a reverse? Can I go string to enum? That would have been too easy. Not declared by reflect. Okay. I'll just do a string. Letter string enum string. Okay. This will create a letter count. I think so, but you think package can't. Okay, that's fair. I can always clean this code up afterwards. We all know how that works, right? We'll just clean up the code later, right? And then you're like 5 years deep into a project, and it's like, oh shit, why did I ever write code like this? So I'm thinking I count the letters in a word. Then when I you're right. I think this might be a two-phase pass, Dal. I have to maybe I do correct later. So maybe the first pass is the letters present? The target so the target word is crane. So the first pass is the letters present? Yes, E is present. It's actually present. I mean, our guess has two E's. Crane has one E. So our target letter count would be 1. So then we need to determine if we have two present E's, Which one would we mark negative? I'm assuming, like, yeah, the guess is eagle, but I'm thinking, like, what if the guess had two E's, but it didn't end in E? So which E would we mark yellow? I assume it would be the first E we see, we mark yellow. Oh, do a correct pass first. Okay, so let's say we do that. We do a correct pass first. We don't do a present pass. A correct pass, if it's correct, we subtract from the target letter count. Actually, what if we did that? Does that matter? Because if it's correct, it's just green. But if it's not correct and it's present, you would end up with two letters present. The first letter would be present and then would subtract from the letter count. And then if the letter count is 0 on the next present E, then we mark that second E as absent. But if it's correct, it got marked green. So then the letter count would be 0. So then that E, yeah, let me try that. So let's, everything gets marked absent by default. We do a correct check. Honestly, at this point, we can just be like, hey, if all letters are correct, you win. Um, Here we do target letter count, subtract 1. Then, could we just do it here? Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we, I was thinking of doing a separate loop, but maybe here we check. Or no, not here. It would be here. So this, our first letter, E, gets through all of this. Only the last, yeah, it would get through all of this. It would not get marked present. No, because I need to know. Need to know if the letters match, though. So if the letters match, our first E matches our last E. If, oh, it's already doing it. Oh no, it's already doing it. I don't know if that's right though. Hang on. If, so we need to make sure we have a count left. Dude. Actually, you know what? I wonder if this goes here. Because we do have a match. So we subtract the count. If they match, it's correct. It's only present target letter count is still greater than 0. If target letter count greater than 0. Does that work? So our first letter is E. It matches. So our letter count of crane has only one E. So this becomes 0. I and K are not the same, but our first guess is E. No, that's not right. That's not right. Because if our guess was like, I don't know, what's another word that starts with E? Egress. Our guess was EGRES, not a word, but so what? Um, I would want the first letter to be yellow, the second letter to be black. Maybe maybe it's a continue operation here. If letter count is 0, um, less than equal to 0, continue. You think multiple passes is the way to go? So you do correct and then do an entirely separate loop? Because then that would achieve, I mean, that would probably be easier. We could always do that first. We'll just say if we did a correct pass first, if anything matches, we reduce the count. Then we do another pass for absent or present. But we only make that check if there's any letters left. If there are letters left, then the first one we find becomes present. If there aren't letters left, then it remains absent. So let's try that. Try that real quick. Real quick, like. I was trying to find a way to do that without multiple passes, but if this is the way to go, I'm okay with it for now. We don't need this. We actually don't need that. What we actually want is present. And I do actually don't know. Oh, I see what dude, what is your problem? You have food. You have food. Come here. All right, I'll be right back. I want to see if he needs food. Thought he had food. Come on. What a twerp. He has food. I don't know what to tell you. All right. I don't know. Does it's something like this, but I don't know how Odin does. Do they just do ampersands? Ampersands. Okay. So if the letters match and we aren't a correct letter and we still have letters available to test against, it becomes present and then we subtract. So then that third E that comes along will remain absent. And our test case was what? Eagle? All right, so let's try this again. Ampersand was how they do it. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, did I lose? I lost my fire. Oh, is it not playing? All right, fire down. Uh, C++, you actually can use words for your if statements, your while loops. Yeah, I'm not overriding this. I not equal k should prevent the correct state from being overridden. I hope, in theory. All right, let's try this. So, eagle. If this is right, we should see a green E and a the first E should remain black, and then a green E at the end. Or it will crash. What did I do wrong? Um, I should really just do G. Oh wait, how do I use a map? Am I using map incorrectly? Do I need to actually insert? I'm used to C++ where it'll automatically insert for you. I guess before I guess, I can just debug it. Where do I create the map? Right here. You got to back off, dude. I'm not letting you outside. Run and debug. Okay, so what was our guess? Eagle? Eagle. Okay, we didn't crash here. That's good. Step over. And we crashed right there. Okay, so what am I doing wrong? We panicked. We panicked at reflecting a letter for target word, which is a string. Enum. Oh yeah, that's just wrong. Why was I doing that? Wait, no, I don't need that. I just need letter. Oh, but it's a character. Or a rune, I guess. So how do can I do this? Okay. That's fine. I don't need this to be an entire string per se. I was just doing that because enum string. Uh yeah. I want to convert the rune to a string. It's just wrong. Transmute? Is that a like transmute string? Let's try that. String letter. Cannot transmute letter to a string. 4 versus 16 bytes. However, transmute does. UTF-8 dot runes to string. I'm doing this like the way I'm doing this is not great. I think the real answer is I need to convert my string to my actual letter types. And then do all of my operations against the enumerations. Because I'm not really converting back to a string once the operation is done. And I know the word is correct if all of the letter states are marked correct. So I really don't need the string anymore. Maybe I was trying to avoid it, but this is making it like I shouldn't have been doing this in the first place. Is really what I'm getting at. So let's do this. I'll make the code a little bigger for you guys on your phone. My cat is going insane. He is tearing at my rug. So I need a function then to basically do the opposite of this. I need to convert a string to a letter. Actually, this might work out better for me in the end because then I don't need this weird string builder stuff. string to letter procedure. Oh no, this can't be this can't be the solution, right? Well, that's just not right. I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. I was hoping there was like a cleaner way. Ooh. Partial. It's not even string, right? It's rune. Is that what I want to do? Do I want to do rune to letter? Rune. Rune to letter. We're not doing it this way. We're just going to do a simple search. Oh no. I'm going to do a search and replace on only my selection. Find in selection. There we go. Darn it. Try that again. Place. Nope. What is happening? Find. I miss Sublime Text. Never did get. How's it finding one of one quote? That didn't even work. Partial switch statement can be only used with an enum type. Okay. Okay. So rune to letter. Convert a character to my enumeration. Shouldn't need letters to string anymore. I come up here. I need to build a letter to string. Honestly, I could make another helper function. That's rune to letter. I can do string to letters, plural. It should use my rune to letter function. This assumes word of 5, which crazy that this. If I is greater than equal to 5, letter. String to letters. That's what I need. We have guess and we have target equals string to letters using target. Okay. So now our guess is just the active row. Row okay. Yes. So this just becomes guess. No, I still want to call it active row, I guess. We don't need this. We don't need this. All these pop-ups. Why is it still popping up? Stop it. I hate VS Code. Guess we don't need any more. Word in dictionary. Now we lost access to this. Ah. I don't I don't know how to stop getting pop-ups to keep. Like trying to put my mouse somewhere on VS Code so I don't get these pop-ups so I can read the code. Loop over our guest word. Mark everything absent in active row. Actually, let's do this now. Now, get our count. Our state to absent. State to correct. Track the letter count. And if our letter matches and we're at a different location and the letter count's greater than 0, mark it present. Subtract the letter count. The first letter that appears would. Then we update our keyboard state. And now here, if every letter is correct, we win. So how do I do that? Is there a way, like in C++, I would have a function I could call on a range that would test. The only thing I think to do here is success equals true, then loop over, and yeah, if any of these are false, or the other thing I would do, it still thinks it can do that. If guess state, this is wrong. No, this is the guess. This is Yes. Yes. Dot state. Do if to arrays. Sure what that means. Touchdown. All right, I'll be right back. My cat is going up the wall. What are you doing, dude? Oh man. My cat will literally sit here on the ground next to me and like walk his paws up onto my like side and then just like claw. Like, hey, pay attention to me. Threw him out in the garage. Little twerp. Okay. I mean, that seems to be working, right? Not in the word list, right? Invalid word. That's just because my dictionary's small. Okay. That's a committable change, I think. Working letter validation. All right, I think the last piece of the puzzle here. Notes. Invalid word renders shared letters as yellow. Check. Invalid word renders shared letters as green if in correct spot. Check. Invalid word renders multiple of the same shared letters yellow if not in the correct spot. Multiple of the same if not in the correct spot. I don't know if we actually test that. So let's test apple, for instance. So let's make apple. Ooh, that won't work. We need. I need to add a couple of words to this dictionary, I think, for this to test out. I need two words that are 5 letters long that have two of the same letter, but not in the same location. E would be good. We could do like E, E, evens. Oop. 5 evens and eagle. Was the valid word renders multiple of the same shared letters yellow? Okay, so we need 2 words, same letters, not in the same spot. Feels like there should be a lot of words with E. Ooh, I got one. Meats. There we go. That should do it. So let's make the target word eagle now. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if this works, we should get 2 yellows for meats. Ooh, another test would be a word with 3 E's. What is a word with 3 E's? I could just make up a word. Or a word with 3 of the same letters. Eh, whatever. Let's where meats works. All right. If I guess meats, I should get 2 yellows, and I did not. So we're not there. We are not there. 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. I picked the wrong target word. 3. All right, trying again. Meats. 0, 1, 2. What am I doing? It is 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I was right the first time, and we do have a bug. Meats. Okay, we have a bug. We have a bug. Ooh, peeve. Good word. You are a genius. Peeve is a great word. Peeve. Sure, why not? Quilt. Not in the word list. What? Not build it. That kind of worked. That actually worked exactly how I wanted it to, because that E is here, and this is saying there's a second E. So that actually worked really well. But if I do meats, meats isn't working. I expect there to be 2 yellows here. Okay. So we come in here, mark everything absent. Then if our letter G, okay, so our guess is eagle, or I mean, our target is eagle. So if our first letter M obviously doesn't match any of the T targets, our second letter E, it matches, but it's not correct. So we end up with eagle there being 2 counts in target letter count. Now, I'm making an assumption here that this map initializes with integer 0 because that's what I'm used to in C++. But I don't know if that's actually true. I assume it is. Odin's been pretty good about default initialization. So our second letter, E, we find a match in the first letter, T. Hey, nice guy. But it's not correct. So we don't hit any correct letters here. So nothing gets marked correct. That's the problem. I found the bug. And I think someone in chat may have called this out, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this accounts for it." Um, so I incorrectly was like, "Oh hey, I equals k means correct," so I don't want to test against correct letters. But it's possible that these haven't been marked correct. So what I really need to do is g dot state does not equal correct. Everything in 0, 0. Yeah, that's not kind of figured. All right, let's try this again. So meats. Shit. Okay. 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 All right. So G dot letter is equal to T on the second iteration. And we're testing against eagle. So we find E in the first letter. It gets marked yellow correctly. Subtract 1. We go to the next letter, A, G, L, O. I see the problem. So we compare our E against eagle twice, which reduces this count to 0. So then when we get to our second E, so what we need to do is when we reach a match, we need to break out of this loop. Oh yeah, this is rubber duck debugging. You guys don't, whether you guys know this or not, you guys are my rubber ducks. So once we determine a match, we break out of the loop. So we're not modifying this again. So let's try that. Meats. Eve. Hell yes. Hell yes. Apple. Quilt. Delta. Eagle. Got it. Actually working. Wordle guess. Wordle guess color state. Okay. Invalid word renders multiple of the same shared letter. Check. Valid word renders entirely as green. Check. Render keyboard renders keys in one of the 4 colors. I think this is the last piece of the puzzle. Right? Very nearly. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. Like, my code is not code worth bragging about. But I think it's working. Quilt. Apple. Key. Meats. Eagle. Cool. I guess another step to this. Oh, I do have nice to haves, right? Row shake animation, load an actual dictionary database, and then maybe come up with a data structure to store the database so that we have constant time word check. I'm sorry, KBM. You're good. I was in my own head programming. Rendered keyboard. Okay, so rendered keyboard keys. That should be fun. We have to basically render a QWERTY keyboard. Now the problem is I already solved Wordle today, so I don't have. Ooh, play Wordle archive. Will this let me, or do I have to pay for it? Won't let me. Okay. Want to see the keyboard. Show me that keyboard. There it is. Right here. Right here. Okay. Horsel? What is Horsel? Is that 6 letters? All right. So constant time, or not constant time, constant size keys. Enter and backspace is different. So I'm seeing what I'm seeing here is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So oh, the answer is horse every day. That's hilarious. What I'm seeing here is a generic renderer for elements, and it starts from the center, rendering outwards. Even is evenly split. Odd, it's not evenly split. So there's going to be a square in the middle. That's what I'm currently seeing. Now, as for enter and backspace being a different size, the simplest solution is just doing an if check. If the letter is enter, or if the key is enter, or if the key is backspace, then use a different size. That's probably what I do. The other thing I could do is create a key struct, and each key struct has a key and a size component. Could do that. But I think step 1 is just rendering some rectangles. So what are we dealing with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10, 9, and 9. 10, 9, and 9. Render. Where's my renderer? Right here. Okay. Do I need the Y spacing? But no, I guess I could define my own start point at some point past the game board. Oh, we've got some Wordle. Check it out. Check it out. I'm gonna guess apple. I'm gonna guess meats. Ooh, there's 2 E's. Okay, what about peeve? Oh, there's only 2 E's. Okay, and there's an A. So that must mean it's eagle. Boom. We got Wordle. But now I need to render a keyboard. That keyboard starts outside this loop. For the grid, render keyboard. Keyboard. We know the keyboard is made up of 10, 9, and 9. So, is there a concept of what am I getting at? What would be the easiest way to do this? Thanks, Broken. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Can I do a can I define a struct inline here? Just to play around with this idea. So can I do like key struct and a key would contain a letter and a size? That size would be 2 F32? Like that. So then I would need, oh, create, I guess 3 rows of keys each. So that's an array. I'll do row 1. Oh my god, it knows the QWERTY keyboard layout. Holy shit. UIOP. Oh my god. Now is the size correct? 50 by 50? That's not going to be right. How big are these keys? We're about 60% height. 60%. No. 100% height. 60% width. Width, height. 60% height. Key height. Height's the same. What am I doing? Width. 60%. Key width. Okay. Row 2. Let's see if it gets it. Shit. Okay. Doesn't like something. What did I do wrong? There we go. Row 3. ZXCVB. This is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll do letter none for now. Okay. So now I need to render some rectangles. But before I do that, I am starving. I'm gonna go make some toast real quick like. Be right back. Making toast. Ooh. Making food. I actually don't know if I have any toast. 2011 EST. That way, anyone who pops up, oh, that doesn't look like a time at all. That just looks like the year 2011, doesn't it? Let's do 2011 TS. I'll be right back, guys. Almost back for the last bit of toast. All right, I'm back. Okay. All right. So I want to render rectangles from the center out to achieve this effect. And I want to do it in a somewhat generic manner so that, I don't have to manually write a bunch of rectangle positions. So I think we do the same thing we've been doing with everything else. See how these rectangles are centered on the display, how the grid's centered on the display, how the letters are centered in the squares. It's the same idea. We just, if you picture this cue in calculating its xy, it's from here to the center, which is 10 divided by 2, so 5. And then we know what the size of all of these are going to be. We also know what the spacing between them is. So it just becomes like if Q is the first element in our list, 10 divided by 2 is 5. We subtract the index from 5, or from size divided by 2, which gives us 5. And then we multiply the size. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Subtract the center, and that gives us our X position. Y will just be calculated by some gap past the grid, followed by plus some spacing. So then 9 divided by 2 is 4.5. What do we do there? I actually think we might do the same thing. we take the width of the rectangle here, multiply it by 4.5 minus our index. Maybe. Can you define a procedure inline? Render row. Have I done this already? Is it automatically going to do it? Even it's nowhere even near being right. Pass in for loop. We'll do row 1. All right. Let's see if it listened to my microphone. I'm curious. This is drawing a rectangle and text. Oh man. Actually, I hope it does. I hope it gets this wrong. If it gets it right, it means it's listening in on me. Okay. Whew, we're safe. It has no idea what it's doing. I mean, its position's just wrong. That's all it is. Render game board. X is screen size minus. We're reusing X. X plus equal. Okay, so X needs to get reset. Needs to be screen size minus p width times its row length divided by 2. I think. Curious. This is what I was talking about. The length divided by 2. Yeah, that did it. Damn. A whole different color. That's this needs to be default. Right? There we go. Except the grid. Hmm. We're getting close, Jan. Check it out. We've got a target word, so say quilt. We know L is in there. Let's try meats. Ooh, we know there's two E's. What about apple? Oh, there's an A and an L and E at the end. Heave. Ooh, there's two E's. One's at the end. Eagle. We got it. Just working on getting the keyboard rendering now. No, we don't don't have any of that. There's only so much I can do. Keyboard. Where was I? Keyboard. Okay. So the keyboard is right. So this is the length. So let's see if I do 9 and use row 2 and 8. Okay, so actually, let's do this cleaner. We have a length equals what's the can you do length of an array like this? Then um spaces equals length minus 1. Hell yeah. This is a function. This is render chord row, yes. Can I have a two-dimensional dynamic array? Maybe I don't need to be dynamic. Oh, yeah. Try this. Two dim colon equal. I want dynamic. Dynamic. Key. Now the question is, will this delete everything? Or just like the outer dynamic array? Here we go. First try. Oops. Dynamic 10. Like this. Semicolon. Huh. Ooh, but how do I... Yeah. Not a fan of hard-coded numbers if I can avoid it. What am I doing wrong here? Render the keys, modifies X, render the row. Text centered based off of Y. Rectangles based off of Y. Oh, it's getting overwritten. It's getting overwritten. I need to do something like this, I think. X needs to get reset. Yeah, X needs to get defined for every row. Yes, I think that's right. Yeah, because that has a dependency on these. That makes sense. Okay. Yes. Let's try this. Oh, well, in that case, it's not game board size anymore. It's just add spacing to this definition. That should be good enough. Ooh. Ew. I look off. We're missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3. We're missing the keys. I would have expected this to align with V. With the they're not missing. They're just not being rendered because they're none. That's why. So if I comment this out, hopefully it would align on the V. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Cool. Pretty awesome. Pretty cool. That light gray might be a little too light. Light gray, light. Just do like gray. Dark. Uh, it's close enough. As long as the incorrect guesses show up darker. Ooh, no, that's not close enough. That's all right. We're doing the fun and methodology of paint picking. Here's what we do. We take this and can I open up a Wordle? We're just gonna do this. We'll take a copy of this. We'll paste it here. Zoom in. will pick a light gray custom. We get our value 130, 131, 135. Motorhead? I don't think I knew Motorhead covered Metallica. $130, $131, $135. And then the dark gray is 58, 58, 60. How the hell did it know that? Okay. Much better. Quilt. Much better. Apple. Cool. Much, much better. Now, the grid is still wrong. Grid definitely should be the absent color. I need to, like, just do this. I don't think I need this. Want the music up a smidge? I can give you the music up a smidge. How's that? Let me know if it's too loud. I don't know how. You wordy. I guess that's how. Oh, interesting. Why did that? I put a comma here and force it. Oh, I don't like that. I forget what language that does it, but there's if I want to list this all vertically, I should be able to just put a comma here myself and have it do it. That kind of sucks. Not the end of the world, but a little annoying. Okay. So this defines our keyboard state. Then size is just going to be based off of game board size. Now I don't need this. Or this, or this. Gameboard.keyboard. Row just contains letter. Doot, doot, doot. Still don't know. That deletes everything. That's okay. What's a little bit of memory leak? You guys have made me leak memory into my computer before. Wouldn't be the first time. I guess I shouldn't commit this yet. I want to figure out what to do about delete and enter. I don't know what kind of impact this is gonna have. Delete and enter. Make a union? Now, does Odin unions do type pruning? Punning? Pruning? Punning? I forget what it's called. Or if you set a type, that's the type you have to grab. Oh, this might be answering my question. Raw union. Interesting. All right, so if I had two enumerations, one for letters, one for um uh what would I call backspace and enter? Command? Command. All right. So I have a key union that takes letters and commands. Oh, that's right. And then I can determine what my type is, use a switch statement, and then do behavior based on what the type is. I like that. No, that's a good idea. Thank you. Okay. So I need key letter command. So now I change the keyboard state to be a key. Do I need this anymore? What the hell is this? Just be assignment. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, stop doing that. We have keys, keys, command enter, command delete. Oh, okay. Oh god, this is getting verbose. Not Odin, just the code. Because now I could have a keyboard button with assigned sizes, and that button could also contain the state. So now I have a keyboard that contains keyboard buttons, and then I wouldn't have to store this separately. But I would have to. I'm not gonna mess with it right now. Key. Okay. Let's fix, what's the issue with this? The row has a key, but now I need to do different things based on if it's a letter or a command. So if it's a letter, so this needs to be a switch. Letter. See if I remember how to do this. Case dot letter. This is actually a key. Key. If the case is a letter, otherwise, if it's a command. Oh, I have to do this. Oh, and I don't do a dot. Okay. Switch key K in key letter command. There we go. Then I can just do K. Yeah, there we go. Command is now another case I need to handle eventually. Cool. Okay. I guess key width is calculated up here, is modified. Okay, that's what I thought. So key width needs to stay here, I guess. The key width could change if we start with the command. So if our command, then our key width is going to be different. I guess I could just do this. Key width letter is that. Key, can I make that a constant? I don't get it. All right. Key width command is like, I don't know about 1 point. Let's do 1.3. Oh. The initial X probably needs to drop into here as well. Do I just calculate X at the beginning and not the end? That's for the row. Oh, man. This is to calculate the center. And that's going to be different. Oh my god. I need to store the width with the letter that belongs to it. so that I can sum them all together. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're having all equal size keys. This is we don't need a perfect Wordle. Screw that. F that. Nope. Nope. I'm tired. I was tired before I started this stream. We will save that as a nice to have. So what I'll actually do is increase the size of our keyboard buttons. So now the only real difference is this line right here. We text. You heading out, Jan? I'll see it. Enum string, because that's doing it for a letter, and I'm going to just hard code delete. Or actually, no, enum string should work. Wait. That literally the only difference then? I don't need this something's not right. Why did it do that? Okay. We made this more difficult. Oh, it shouldn't be this difficult. I don't think I'm going to make it tonight, guys. I'm exhausted. I know what I need to do, but it's a lot more typing. And I kind of want to, like, we're Wordle, we're up to like 600 lines of code in a single file. I kind of want to break this up into multiple files or a couple of files and maybe look at the at private, because I could stick all of the game board state stuff and the stuff that modifies the game board state, turn those into functions, add like a like even something like, where is it? Even something like this that takes up 10 lines of code. I would like to just do like, I don't know, game dot add key, right? Something like that. But that's going to take time. I'm also like losing track of where everything is. It's this line right here is part of the problem. This is making an assumption that all 10 keys are the same size when that's not necessarily the case. So yeah, that's gonna be a little bit more work to get this aligned. So in the meantime, not what I wanted. I wanted to go back to. Wait a minute. Why is it not working? Yeah. Okay. All right. I think this is going to be a good stopping point for me. Not in the word list. Not enough letters. I think this stuff is working. We can definitely clean this up. It's going to require a little bit more code. But yeah, I think I want to end it there. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and watching the struggles. We are getting very close to a fully running Wordle game. I appreciate the help and figuring out Odin. Lots of fun. I am exhausted. Y'all have a good night. Catch you later.